Hello, everyone. Welcome to Get a Clue Sprints. How is everyone today? How are we doing during chaos weekend? Are we reading lots of short things? Are we working on our rooms? What's going on? I have two guests today. Our Miss Scarlet host, yes, with Neva, and our fearless leader, Rainy. What are you guys up to?
Well, Ari is still sick. So
Oh,
great. Which is why I missed Katie's sprints this morning because I meant to be on Katie's sprints. And unfortunately Ari's been up since like 8 a.m. Like also sporadically up throughout the night, but like actually up since 8 a.m., just like crying about her tummy hurting. She hasn't actually gotten
oh.
sick yet, which I don't know if that would help or if it would just freak her out, to be
Yeah.
honest. But she's sleeping now, so we're here. I'm hoping she sleeps for a few hours because I think that might help her. But if she still feels like this, I'm gonna have to take her to the doctor tomorrow because I can't just like watch her be ill.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Um,
absolutely.
so I soft DNF'd, not even soft DNF'd. I like paused Blood of Hercules yesterday so that maybe I can like move on.
Wait. Are we not liking that book?
Oh, okay. I forgot that you were not on sprints yesterday when I paused it because you hadn't come on to Nell sprints yet. You were
Oh
dealing with
no, I had not.
Okay, so Vanessa and Brittany and I are buddy reading Blood of Hercules, and I was really vibing with it until like 30%, and
Okay.
then it kind of like takes a turn, and I don't know if I'm just like not in the headspace for the way that this character is written or if this is not a book for me. I can't tell because like
I think it's both.
unfortunately with the way that this month is like grief wise, I don't want to just say like, oh, these books are trash.
Oh, this book is trash though. It's okay.
Um
I can accept that.
but so I got the audio from Hoopla.
Oh.
And then that was when we transitioned into having a second POV, which was fine. I actually liked the male POV, and that was great. But then we went back to the female POV, Alexis, right?
Yeah.
And I don't know, she just seems she seemed like really badass to me in the beginning.
Yeah.
As like when we were seeing her like as a kid, like going through like the stuff she goes through there, but then like as a 19-year-old, like who now is going to Spartan college or whatever, it's like that's what is stopping her from like that's what's hard now.
Yeah.
Like she went from being like a badass to kind of like not.
Oh.
And I'm just like struggling with it. So I've paused it.
Okay.
But I am working on Phantom by H.D. Carlton, and I am vibing with this book.
Okay.
Which is surprising to me because this is technically like a spin-offy book from the Cat and Mouse duet. And I didn't like the Cat and Mouse duet. Like I DNF'd the first book. And I DNF'd what was the other one? Satan's Affair. I DNF'd that one too. Like, and that was like a novella. That one's only like 100 pages or something. But Phantom is giving me everything I wanted from Haunting Adeline. Like this was what I was expecting in Haunting Adeline.
Mm-hmm.
So we're vibing, you know, I'm at 30, let me not lie to the people, 32% of this book. I'm on chapter 11. So I'm going to work on that. And maybe, I don't know, I might pick up an audio book because technically the only reason that I still have my Kindle Unlimited at this moment is because my Kindle has been on airplane mode, so they just haven't taken away. And I need them to leave. I need my Kindle Unlimited books just until the end of the month, and then I can pay for it. but I can't turn it off of airplane mode.
Yeah.
Or it will like reset, and then it like all my KU books will disappear. So I don't have access to the audio for Phantom at the moment.
Oh yeah.
Gotcha.
But I might pick up something on audio so that I can play a game. I'm in my cozy game era. So
Yeah. Sounds like fun.
That's what I'm doing.
Rainy, have you decided on anything?
I'm not sure. I'm slumping. Nothing's hitting. And even in the first sprint, I was like, what? I soft DNF'd 2 books. Legend by Karina Halley, which is the sequel to Hollow, and I loved Hollow. This book is not the same, and I'm sad about it. And then I didn't soft DNF. I'm just stopping for now. Evocation, because this is also just boring as heck to me. And I don't know if it's really more that I'm just in a slump, although I feel like it kind of isn't that, and it's also just boring to me. I've heard a lot of people didn't like this compared to other S.T. Gibson books, and I will say it. I would never have. This doesn't sound like an S.T. Gibson book, like that.
Yeah.
So I don't know. And so after, gathering my shelves, I was like, okay, we're going to try this and I'm going to hope that it works because I needed to read this for Romanticathon anyway. We're going to read Guild.
Ooh.
We're going to see.
Yeah.
Oh, Neva approves. Okay.
Is this the first? This is the first one, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I read the first one in this series and I need to continue it. It's
So
like
it's good.
It's like one of my, 180 series that I have to read. Because what I did was I made a new spreadsheet. Like I have one spreadsheet that is every series that I'm technically in the middle of.
Yes, I have one too.
And then my reading spreadsheet, like for 2025, because I buy a new reading spreadsheet from Allie every year.
Yeah.
So my 5-year spreadsheet has every series I have.
I have that too.
But then my 2025 spreadsheet, the ones that I'm currently working on in 2025. So
I
like
just have it all on one.
All 2025.
Yeah.
Then they get put on there. Oh no.
I just have one spreadsheet for all of it.
No, thank you.
Yeah.
My computer's assistant was being stupid. But that's how I have it broken down, because then when I'm like, oh, what do I need to focus on? I can focus on the ones that are currently being worked on in 2025.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because Allie redid the spreadsheets this year, so we have extra stuff. Like we have like the book bracket and all that stuff now.
Yeah.
But also we have 3 different trackers specifically for that, and one of them you can break it down with each title of the book, because that's what messes me up, is I never remember like the order in which the books are supposed to come. So being able to see them completely broken down instead of just the title, like the overarching title, helps me. And then what I do is I just if I haven't read every book in the duology, trilogy, whatever, then I don't mark it as completed. Like I don't mark each individual book, because it will mark it on the spreadsheet as like completed, and I'm like, that's not what I want.
Gotcha. Yeah. I do like how many options she has though in her spreadsheet for like choosing your desired series tracker, because like there's so many ways to do it, and she has
especially
basically all of them in there.
Especially because I don't know how, like I know nothing about spreadsheets. Like even to change the little bit of stuff that I did change, I had to message Pause Bree, and I was like, how do I change this so that I can like track? Because there's certain things that Allie doesn't have us track that I want to track for my own thing.
Oh yeah, Bree fixed the thing where it includes DNFs as books read, and I didn't want that. So
yeah, she helped me with that too, because I was like, how do I do this? Because Allie has like an instruction, but I
didn't understand the instruction.
It was not doing what I needed to. And Bree was like, don't do it that way, do it this way. And so now it's not tracking my DNFs.
And now it works.
It's tracking DNFs, but not as books read, because I don't count my DNFs as books read except for TBR game. Like I will say like, oh, I DNF'd whatever book, and Hopeless by Colleen Hoover. I haven't actually DNF'd that book. I haven't even tried it yet. And I will say that it counts as like I completed it for my game, but it's not a completed book. Like I don't count it as like one of the books I read for the year.
Gotcha.
Well, I'm glad that you said this will be good then. I hope this works.
Yeah, I liked that one.
Gets me out of a slump.
I mean, I will warn that it starts off like with a bang. If you don't already know.
I'll go for a bang. Let's do it.
Okay. Yeah. So like, and some people are like, oh, I didn't expect it to start that way, which like I didn't either, but I mean, it was fine.
I mean, okay, sure. Whatever. Sounds great.
So
Maybe that'll help.
But I did like it. I need to continue this series, to be honest. I did like the first one.
Let's say hello to everybody because we do have some hellos. Lots of people coming over. Hi, Kristen. Oops. There we go. Hi, Sarah. Hello, Helen. Hello, Books with Dreamcatcher. Hello, Hannah. Hi, Alicia. Lots and lots of hellos. Melanie. Tab Talks books. It was blurry when I first brought it up. Hello, Vanessa. Vanessa is switching gears and doing some laundry and work stuff, but here to hang out and comment. It's very nice. Hello, Glenda and Mindy and Judith and Amal. All our friends are here. Ashley. Hello, Tennille. Hello, Brittany. Yeah, long time no see, Haiti. Hello, Lexi. Hello, everybody saying hello. Yeah, I hope Ari feels better soon.
Yeah, well, because Ari at like 10:30, Ari was like, "Mom, I thought you were getting on sprints with Katie," and I was like, "I cannot." I was like, "It's okay. I'll just get on with Julie or whoever's next." I was like, "I can't get on with Katie right now because like I can't leave you down here to like
not feel good.
Why? Like, are you kidding me?" And then she was like, "I'm sorry, Mom." And I was like, "Bro, it's fine. It's really fine. Like, if being down here with you is
that's hilarious because Lincoln would not have cared. He would have been like, "You're not doing sprints."
I think Ari has just figured out that like most of my friends are in a screen. You know what I'm saying? And so she's like, so she'll be like, "I thought you were getting on sprints," and I was like, "It's okay. When you are more comfortable or sleeping, then I will go get on sprints. It will be fine."
Yeah. It's all good. Tennille says, I need to do some cooking and housework now, switching to Spin the Dawn for the first part of the sprint since that's my audio only book. Nice. I've heard good things about Spin the Dawn. Hope she feels better soon.
Thank you. How was Eloise this morning?
She hasn't thrown up since 2 a.m. So, but she has really bad diarrhea still. So yeah, she's still sick. So it's some sort of infection. So we're hoping she feels better soon.
Yeah, I think Ari has whatever. I don't know. At first we thought it was chicken nuggets because she seemed to get like sick after she ate McDonald's, but now I'm actually thinking she probably has like the flu or something else.
You never know though, because actually that's funny that you say that because then Eloise got sick right after she ate McDonald's, but
it will see, and I'm wondering, but what I'm wondering too, because usually, so Ari has gotten sick before from like eating too fast or eating too much or whatever, but usually either she will actually get sick, like she'll actually throw up, or it will pass within a couple of days and like, or 24 hours or whatever. But like this has been going on since Thursday night.
Yeah.
And that seems a little long for it to be something she ate.
Yeah, like food poisoning or something like that.
Yeah.
So many people are sick right now. Like a lot of stuff is going around. Ashley is reading through the Improbable Meet Cute books. That sounds
nice.
Fun.
I love those books.
Yeah.
Thank you, Glenda.
StreamYard is fighting with me and not okay. I was like, I'm clicking it, but it's not showing. All the sick babies today. Yeah, poor guys.
Oh, you not liking Blood of Hercules? Yes, it did.
Brady was like looking at her shelves. She was like,
she was like, slow down.
Slow your roll.
Like it's to the point that I did go ahead and I even like because Storygraph has like the new pause feature on it.
Oh, nice.
So it like when you do the drop down where it says like currently reading, read, all that. It says read, paused, did not finish, to read, remove book.
Why can't Goodreads have all this?
And then currently reading. So I actually went in and I paused it, and then what it does is it puts it like these are my currently reading books, right? So when you open up your thing, obviously your current reads sit at the top, but if you hit view all and then you scroll all the way down, there's a little thing that says paused, and when you click that, it shows you all the books that you paused. So it doesn't count it against you as like whatever, like on your stats. It doesn't count a paused book as a currently reading book. And then you can change, like, basically what I do is when I unpause it, I just change the date that I started the book.
Yeah. That's fair.
Glenda is reading some manga. So I'm a spider. So what? Very nice.
It sounds like an awesome manga, honestly. I don't even like spiders, but it sounds cool.
It sounds like I don't know, cute to me. Like
it sounds like
a
cozy manga.
Yeah. Thank you, Glenda. Hello, Aoife. I'm reading The Appeal by Janice Hallett for A Thing.
Okay.
Hasn't she read this book? Aoife, haven't you read this book?
Bree also said, haven't you already read that?
Oh.
Okay, so I'm not the only one that... I see Bree's comment. So I'm not the only one who thinks she's read this book. Well, Aoife, read it. Read your shit.
We're gonna get into a sprint and we'll check in with you and keep you reading it. I just realized that the main characters of my 2 books have the same name, Maya, although one is a woman and one is a man. Interesting. Hello. Hi, Paul. Hello, Patricia. Happy Sunday. Today I'm reading Bride by Ali Hazelwood and Beg, Borrow, or Steal by Sarah Adams. About halfway through both, so hoping to make a good dent in those today. Hope you can too. Hello, Zipporah. Bree says, I added a drop-down menu to mine for high, medium, and low priority. Then I can sort by that.
If I knew how to do that, I would. Right now, I just have them all in one spreadsheet, but they're color-coded. Like, it'll be like red is like, these are series I'm currently reading. And yellow is like series I own, but I haven't even started yet. And then blue is like, I'm caught up completely. Green, I've finished it completely. And gray is like, I've DNF'd.
Yeah. I have a separate...
And I also do it by year that I read it in. So I can see when I read these books.
I added a set, like I have 2 tabs in my spreadsheet. I have one that's like all the series, and then I have one for just DNF series, so that I just like take them out and have them away. And then I have ones that are like, I need to read within the next year or I'm going to DNF them. And then I have other priority ones.
Yeah.
And then I have all the other ones. So
I definitely need to make a spreadsheet for like a tab for DNF series.
Well, that's what I need to do for this. If I don't finish this, I'm DNFing this series.
There's definitely series that I've DNF'd that I forgot I DNF'd them. And then I'm like, oh, why did I never continue with the series? And I go to pick up the next book and I'm like, and this is why.
Yeah. Hello, Linz. Hello, Jess. Hey, Bethany. I have read my pages for A Fate Inked in Blood and got my gardening done today. I'm going to eat lunch and work a little before I go back to middle game. How are you liking both of those books?
Are you reading that with Brittany, or did Brittany not start A Fate Inked in Blood? Because I know she wanted to read it.
I think she did. I think she started it.
Listen, I'm having FOMO around this Fate Inked in Blood. I can see it. I have the pretty version with like the sprayed blue.
I can't wait for book 2. Me and Julie love this one.
I know.
I have to wait to read A Fate Inked in Blood for A Thing. Julie knows what that thing is, but I have to wait. I'll put it in the private chat.
I know what this thing is.
I'll put it in the private chat.
Okay.
But I have to wait to read it. Just like I have to wait to read God Killer, which mocks me every time I open my fantasy folder on my Kindle.
All for the same thing.
I might know without, but still put it.
I'm gonna put it, but you'll know as soon as you see it.
Yeah. I don't know. That's I guess we're gonna find out. Bethany says, I hope Ari feels better soon. Yeah, lots of stuff is going around. I know like 2 or 3 people like at my work that are sick this weekend, and I'm just, it's nasty.
Yeah.
Amal says, so I decided to help my team plumb further and start I Survived the Destruction of Pompeii, AD 79, which is a graphic novel.
Very nice. Wait, Neva. I'm not going to say what you put in the chat. What happened to mine?
Okay, well, here's how I've done it for this year. I said this yesterday, but again, I don't think you were on sprints when I said. So this year, what I did was, because I also want to focus on reading series.
Yeah.
Used I think my okay. Anyway, I used a spinner wheel this year. 3 priority of those, and then 3 for the friends, whatever. So I don't know that the priority series that I have picked for March and April is going to work out because of what it is. I don't know that I'm going to get past like book 3. If I don't, then I'm probably going to spin for another friend instead of doing a priority thing instead. Sorry, it keeps tripping my computer, whenever I say
the
S word. Anyway, so yours is still on there. But I think you need to update your list.
Oh, yeah, I definitely know.
Because
I definitely do.
For what it is, Julie never gave me a list. I don't think. Or maybe she did, but I was like, do you want to change any of these? I don't remember. But
I don't remember either.
Julie got put on this list. Okay. I try to include all my friends because that's the point of this project. No, actually, I think Julie got put on the list because we had kind of nixed the taste test we were doing last year, where we were like, can we trust collab series? It got nixed. So I had said, hey, if anyone that hasn't done the Can We Trust, although technically Brittany did it first, but that's fine. But I was like, if anyone is not part of this series and wants to be, you can be. That was basically what it was. So because of that, yours is still on there. I've not removed you, Rainy. Just send me 6 of your favorite books. Any book.
Okay, I will do that.
Last year we did go.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, he was saying a lot of things.
That's all good. We'll be reading Allomancer Jack and the Pits of Altania for Cosmere short story. Very nice.
Okay.
Sorry, Etha. All right, we won't ask any more questions. Hello, Sabrina. YouTube is a wonderful tool to learn how to speak.
I agree, but also like I really just still don't understand. I just don't. I just don't.
Mindy, I can't bring myself to DNF books, even awful books. I feel like I need to finish.
Yes, you can. You can learn. I'm learning.
I believe in you, Mindy, because
I'm learning.
I've learned to embrace it. I used to not, but I have learned. But I get it. Some people don't want to. It's fine. But it is a form of self-care, too.
Oh, okay. You are reading it with Brittany. Okay.
Yeah, nice.
Me and Julie need to read the second one together.
I know. I need to pre-order the second one because I really want the sprayed edges of the second one.
Yeah, I do. But we should read it when it comes out.
We should. And so far, I'm really liking both books. Middle Game is fantastic so far, and I'm 100 pages in, and so far, I'm about 55 pages into Fate, and I'm definitely hooked right in. Yeah, that one
starts Fate, and I didn't like Bridge Kingdom. I don't know if it's just their writing has gotten better or what, but I really liked Fate.
Yeah, and Fate kicks off with such a it's such a quick kickoff. Like it really throws you into it right away.
Yeah.
150 pages, and seriously had a hard time putting it down last night and might have fallen asleep reading it. I need to get to this one. I have it, and I love
it too.
So much of her other stuff. Like I literally am reading 2 of her books today. I need to get to it.
Yeah.
And hello, Rye.
I've actually reminds me, where did my Kindle go? Where did you put my Kindle, Lincoln? There it is, under this paper. I started, because I know Rye read this, like, not maybe recently, but recent enough that I remember I associate it with Rye. Legend. And I'm not liking it. I'm not liking it.
No, Eloise is feeling better now.
Oh, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Thank you for the update.
We appreciate it. All right.
Yesterday she wasn't, but now today she is.
Yes, that's right.
Mari says, "Oh no."
Well, it's just very smutty, which is not a thing that I hate. I don't care about that. I just care about the fact that it's like, I don't like the way that it's being done, and also I don't really see a plot going forward in this. And I'm like 20% in, so I'm just like, is this just smut for smut's sake? Smut that's like trauma centered. I don't know. And now it makes me question if I reread the first book now, if I would have liked the first book. I don't know.
I don't know. All right. But that is the end of the comments. So we are going to go into our first sprinteroo. Is an hour good for you guys?
Yes.
Okay.
I say yes for Neva.
Eve is usually good with anything, so yeah. She says, "I get it, I like them, but not an all-time favorite."
Yes, that's
So.
fair. That's fair.
All right, and I chose the beach because it's raining here today, and I need a pick-me-up. So,
Well, it's
all right.
snowing here. Well, it's not snowing, but there's snow on the ground. It's actually
And it's raining here, so
yeah. So.
We all need beach vibes.
Yeah, we need some bright vibes. All right. I will see you guys in an hour. Hello, everybody. How was your sprint? Let us know. Give us an update. How did you do? How was your sprint, Neva?
I played on my Switch and got some of the Assassin's Blade listened to because I have this on audiobook. So yelling at me about lunch. My brother's making me lunch because he's a gem, and Ari got up, she took a shower, and then got sick. So apparently we're not going to school tomorrow, which is fine. The only thing I have to really do tomorrow is sprints, and I can do that with her home, but she's back to laying down now.
Oh, poor girl.
Oh, me. It's my turn.
I think I might have froze, so go.
I read 85 pages, so I'm 22% in, and I'm having a good time.
Yay!
Thank God. Yeah, no, I like this. It's like, yeah, I'm having a good time. So I'm glad I'm finally getting to this. The series I've been wanting to read for a while, and I own all of the books. Yes.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm having a good time.
I'm glad to hear it. Good. I got to the 27% mark of this. That's only like 20 pages. I got distracted a whole bunch of times, but that's just how Sundays are sometimes. So we're having fun anyway. Yeah, so just I'm trying to get one more thing done, and then I might try to start my dining room book, and I might end up using this for that, because like there's one of the characters is trying to save her family business, and like her family is in it a bunch. So
there you go.
Yeah, keep reading that, and I have to read it anyway. So yeah, so let's see how everybody else did. Jen joined us. Hello, Jen. And we had a Christina stop by. Hello. Check your laundry. Take a stretch. All the good reminders.
Get down, Lincoln.
Hey guys, I got a sticker.
A sticker.
Awesome.
They can't see it. There you go.
Ooh.
And I got a scorpion.
Okay, goodbye.
That's a wild hat. Started upstage a graphic novel. Nice. Let's take this banner down. Let's switch it back and forth. Oh no, now I lost my spot. Nope, right here. To those who are wondering, my sister got a National Archives of Quebec library card, so I'm using that to access her account in addition to all of my own at my usual library. That's amazing.
Nice.
Having a second library is really comes in clutch. Yeah, tons of books to enjoy. Very nice. Yeah, rack up those points for Plum. I sure will. Everybody's just, hello, Ash. How are you? Lots of Plum in the chat. Yes, and I did answer Melissa. Yeah, whatever you're working on, it can be Clue, it cannot be Clue, it can be just productivity, everybody's welcome. Mindy finished Bottled Goods. It was weird. Why was it weird? Now to read graphic novel Sweet Tooth. Nice. Hello. Making sure Sam didn't follow me here. I'm going to get to page 200 of The Crimson Moth and then start The Whispering Dead by Darcy Coates. Nice.
When Rainey gets to it, because I've had a sick baby and other things, it'll be tonight or tomorrow. I will remind myself to do that.
Yeah. And if she doesn't get to it, we try to all post in the as it's coming out. So
yeah.
67% and read 2 more chapters of Save the Date, but I am restless because I'm hungry. So I'll be getting some snacks for lunch, and maybe an audiobook would work next.
Nice, just drawing my stuff, Lincoln.
Sorry, Mom.
He was drawing in my journal, and I'm like, whoa. No, sir.
No. I have Touch and Go by Lisa Gardner on YouTube, so I'm thinking of starting it. Nice. Nice. Done with Upstage. That was quick, Amal. Going for the Ice Guy and the Cool Girl Volume 5. Lots of manga. Nice. Hello. Got myself something to eat just now, and then I'll continue reading Full Metal Alchemist starting Volume 10. I love that series. I read it a couple of years ago, and I keep thinking about rereading it because I read the volumes so fast. I don't remember exactly what happened in all of them.
Would you consider this a black cover?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I would. Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, I realized you can't hear me because I'm muted. Yes, I would count that as a black cover.
Okay.
But I go by, so when people tell me that it has to be like a certain color, or even
I know
like
with the background usually.
Our game, yeah, I just go with whatever the background color is. If the background color is not the color that I'm looking for, then I assume that it's not going to be 51%.
Exactly.
Color. But
Yeah.
and the issue that I have with this is because Ari, do you see that red book right there on the top shelf? No, on the down, right in front of you. No, not that far down, right there. Yeah. The issue that I have with this is that people are like, "Oh, use the color." You know how there's like the color website.
Mm-hmm.
That color website says that this is predominantly pink. But this is a red book. Like when I'm looking at it, like it's a red book. The part of it that's pink is just what's around the fight, like the sparkler.
Yeah.
But that's not 51%. But it's even, but like all of this back here is red. That's not.
Yeah.
Yeah. But if you put it into the thing, it says that this is a predominantly pink book.
Yeah.
So I just go by my eyeballs. And I also go by would I let someone else count it?
Yeah. Like I usually when stuff like that's happening, I try to do my best judgment, and I'm like, I'm operating in good faith here. I'm not trying to trick anybody or like say something it is that it's not. So, that's kind of.
Yeah.
And then I might need a reading break, or I took one. So I made a little playlist. I pulled a Katie of all the hosts' most recent videos if you want to check it out if you need a break. Because we've all been reading really short books, and sometimes people start to feel burnout.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, Ash. Yeah, we've been talking about everybody being sick. Yeah, I'm sorry. That stinks.
Oh, that suck.
Brittany got to 69% of Hero of Ages. That's your Wheel of Time book this month, right, Brittany? Sarah is halfway into Lost in the Moment and Found. Rainy, is this the one you said you liked the most? I can see why.
I'm pretty sure, yes.
Yeah.
I really like that book.
Yeah. Did my Bible recap reading, now going to make oatmeal. Very nice. Chapter 2 in Onyx Storm. Very nice, Lexi. Rainy has a baby.
She's still sick. She's not throwing up, but she's having other end issues. So she's still sick.
Yeah. Hello. Finished my book, and I just have a couple of chapters left of my manga. Very nice. I have 20 pages left in The Widow's Husband's Secret by Frida McFadden. If you haven't read this book, it's hilarious and ridiculous and a great satire about all the things Frida fans harp on. That's funny.
I was wondering why it had such a long title, but if she's like parroting herself, that makes sense.
Yeah, that's funny.
What? Okay, no more using my.
Sabrina got to 35% of their book. It's 8:30 p.m. here, and I can't decide whether to pick up a reread and continue the novella series I started the other day. I don't want to start a new full-length novel before bed, or I'll be up till 3 a.m.
Yeah.
I get that. I mean,
I only have
if you're doing Clue, I would say the novella so you can get something done and submit it. But rereads are also good.
Yes.
Hello. Tennille started the cooking while listening to 2 chapters of Spin the Dawn and read the big chapter from the Goblin Emperor. It's getting more fast-paced now. Okay. Nice. I hope you're going to be able to win Libby Chicken. I think they have to finish that book by Tuesday. So.
Yeah.
Had lunch, Domino's Pizza, and made it to 43% in the final installment of the House of Crows series by oh, we're in trouble if I can't read already. Lisa Unger. Very nice. Finished my short story and will be starting to read Babel,
Nice.
whatever we say. Very nice. That's a big book to tackle right now. So good job. Hello. Everybody's saying hello. Glenda got to page 29 of the manga. Very nice. Making lunch. I'm on page 43 of Horror Hotel. Ooh.
Nice.
Hello. Working on bookmarks still, almost done. So I hope so. Hope you're getting finished with your task. I've decided to read my first manga and read Vinland Saga.
Nice.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, I love a good Domino's pizza.
Mm-hmm.
Aoife made progress. Good job. Got to page 108, and I am taking a mini break to build the Lego sunflowers the German got me for Valentine's. Then back to the book, I promise. Nice. That's awesome. I love the Lego like flowers. They're fun. Sadia says took a walk on the walking pad and wed to the Phoenix. Very nice. Hello, Courtney. Made dinner, pasta and biscuits. Nice. Ash agrees the cover is very red. The Assassin's Blade, though, I would think use black for the cloak and blue for the background. Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah. Well, except that her cloak is purple. Like her cloak is like in person, her cloak, I think it does look black on the screen.
Yes, yeah, I would call that a blue book.
But in person, her cloak is it's definitely purple. It's like darker than it's like a royal purple.
Yeah.
So it's like darker for like Swiftie people. It's darker than like the Speak Now purple. But it's like purple. But yeah, I agree with Rainey that I would like if someone asked me, does this count as a blue book? I would say yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, I was gonna say okay. In just a minute. I was gonna say I was just realizing I was looking at the time and I was like, oh, I have to start making what I'm gonna make for Bible study, or else I will be late. So I'm gonna have to pop off.
Oh, you're good.
But I doubt you'll be sprinting by the time I get back.
No, I'm not going that long.
Yeah. But I don't have anything new, friends, and there's no clue video till next Sunday because I've been slumping and sickness and just all the things.
Yes.
And I got my ghost spot.
All right, perfect, fabulous. So happy for you.
Lets me go on missions.
But anyway, I'll see you guys later.
Bye, Rainey.
Bye.
All right, and then there were two. All right. Michelle says I haven't had the buffalo chicken pizza. I'll have to try it. I don't know that I've had it either, but buffalo chickens is fun. Vanessa says folding some laundry, now washing the bedding, working on work stuff still. Yeah, I get it. Hey Jody, I'm reading my first manga too. I'm reading So I'm a Spider Now What? So yeah, everybody's trying manga on these weekends where we have to read shorter stuff. So it's a fun way to explore the genre. Here, Mistborn, Brandy Sandy. Gotcha. Michelle, get it without onions. It's not needed. Very nice. Hello, Christina. Kind of glad I'm reading it on Kindle. It zooms in on what I'm supposed to be reading, and I kept reading it out of order at first. I was like, this makes no sense. Yeah, I do appreciate. Yeah. I do appreciate on Hoopla now. Like it'll tell you on the like borrow screen whether you're supposed to read it left to right or if it's like like the other way, because that helps, because now they're kind of depending on which one you check out, if it's a graphic novel or like actually a manga. Very helpful.
I do read all my manga on my iPad.
Mm-hmm.
First, because if it has color on it. but also because the Kindle and the Kindle app both will guide you on where you're supposed to go.
Yeah, it helps you out, especially if you're new to it, because it took me a long time. I used to read a lot of manga when I was like in college, and it took me a long time to even realize which order I should read the speech bubbles in. Sometimes because it's different, and sometimes they're not in the order I thought they would be in. Everybody's laughing. Oh, apparently we don't acknowledge the Ravens around here. I would like to differ because I am on the Ravens team. Are you Monarch? Yeah.
I'm on the Monarchs. I was recruited by Fort Posbury.
Yeah. We're gonna have half a month of trash talk before the readathon even starts.
Right.
It's all good. No, I think it's fun. It's not. I'm not telling you not to. You guys are good. Bye, Courtney. She's a stinky stinger. All right. No, we do. It's fun. It's very, very fun. And it's all in good fun.
Listen, we had live trash talk between me and Katie because Katie was like, somebody asked on Katie's Friends if I was doing Ramathon. I wasn't going to bring it up because I knew I wasn't on Katie's team. And then it became a whole thing. Katie was like, how dare you? And I was like, sorry.
I know. Look, I wasn't completely I wasn't recruited, and I wasn't going to join, and then I heard somebody talking about how the readathon works, and I was like, okay, I'll watch the announcement.
It's very mood ready. That's the only reason I've been able to do it like because I did it last year too. But because it's such a mood reader friendly readathon, I was like, you know what, this will be fine because I can read whatever. There's some stuff that gets you bonus points or whatever, but like I can basically read whatever and still it counts to helping or whatever. So
no, that's how. Because I was going to take March off of readathons, but then when I learned how it worked, I was like, well, I can do this casually, so it's not gonna. But then I just joined because I like the color purple, and I have a tattoo that's a raven. I also have a tattoo that's a stag, but I didn't think about that. I just picked one.
Okay.
So we're good. Yeah, everybody's recruiting. So it's just we're talking about Realmathon. It is hosted by Covers with Cassidy. I'll put the link to the announcement in with the next when we go into the sprint here in just a second if you want to check it out. Because it's a fun one, and it sounds like it's going to be a lot of fun. I've never participated before, so I can't say, but I'm excited. My husband was offended I didn't join the Ravens because our last name is Crow.
I mean, a missed opportunity, I guess.
Yeah, but whatever. Oh, yeah. Team Ravens. I don't want your house to burn down either.
Right.
So, yeah. I'm distracted because there's now a thunderstorm happening and my lights just flickered like a tiny little bit. So I'm like, Power, stay here.
If you just see me look at the screen at some point, and I'm like,
a thunderstorm in February. What a fun time.
That's crazy.
Yeah. It's been windy the last 24 hours, like crazy. We had snow. We had a snowstorm that was supposed to be an ice storm, but turned into snow. And then it started raining and being really windy. And now it's 50 degrees. So no wonder everybody's sick. Anyway, just joining now. Hello. Lost light earlier during Vanessa sprints, and then I did some kitchen cleaning and decluttering. Next is eating a late lunch and a poetry book. Very nice. Very, very nice. And Ash has extreme cold weather. See? Yeah, everything's all over the place. All right. I'm going to throw us into another hour sprint because if we go to another hour, it'll be 4:45 here, and then we can chat a little bit, and then we'll go to, I think Vanessa is starting at 6. I will double check, but I'm pretty sure.
I think so too. Here, I can pull up the thing.
Yeah.
Um,
Ooh, that's very cold. A high temperature of 9, but feeling like -3. That's really cold.
What is the date? Is
Today is the 16th.
Vanessa's not even on here anymore. I don't know what happened.
Okay.
Yeah. So I mean, I think she was supposed to start at 6, but I'm not.
Okay. All right.
So she's undecided.
Yeah.
I was gonna say because I know I just checked it like in the last sprint and it definitely said she started at 6, and then I was like, well, Vanessa's not even here now.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. So we'll do. I was planning on doing 3 sprints, so we'll do this one and one more, and then we'll just send people off somewhere.
And then we'll find out if Vanessa still wants to sprint.
Yeah.
I think, and she said she could be enticed. Vanessa, I vote for you to sprint because I was gonna join you, dude.
Yeah.
You know.
And I'll at least be in comments.
I mean, I will join you on the camera if that entices you. I don't know if my face entices you enough, but if it does,
it should.
There you go. I'm dead, bro.
All right, I'm gonna throw us into a sprint, and we'll be back in an hour. Hello, everyone. How was your sprint? You get up to. How did you do, Neva?
I made it to page 227-ish. So I have, I think, 2 more stories in this. Yeah. So I'm on the second to last story.
Nice. Is this your first time reading that?
No.
No.
Originally, so it started as like when Bessie's book club became a thing, 2023. We were all going to read this together. Then we read Assassin's Blade, and Brittany decided she did not want to continue. So it became a buddy read between me, Kelsey, and Rainey. But then we got to the tandem read last year, and we never did the tandem read. So this year I was like, hey, y'all. Do y'all want to read? Do you not want to read? Like, what do you want to do? Rainey, she didn't really have time. Kelsey, I think, just has no desire to like find out the end, but I need to know the end. But the girl also went too long between Queen of Shadows and the tandem read. So when I tried to do the tandem read, I knew nothing that was going on. I didn't know who characters were. I didn't know anything. It was like when people went into, what was that book? Onyx Storm.
Oh, yeah.
Reading Iron Flame, and everybody was like, who are these people? That's basically what I felt. So it was like, since I'm reading them by myself, I want to know how it ends. You know, apparently it like destroys you at the end, and if you tell me that, I'm gonna read it. So I decided I'm gonna like read one a month because I have all of them on audiobook. So until I get to the tandem read, I should be able to read like one a month if I do audio or I do like an immersion read situation, because I do have them on my Kindle as well. And then hopefully I'll get back to where I am actually at with the tandem read, and I can just finish out the series, and then we can move on to like, I need to finish ACOTAR still, I need to finish Crescent City still. So like I didn't know you were supposed to start with this series in the SJM universe, the Mossverse, if you will. Yeah. So I read the first 2 ACOTAR books, and then I read the first Crescent City book, and I did like those. I mean, this is fine. I think it's still going to be like a 4.5 star for me, which is where it was the first time. Yeah. It's a fun time.
Yeah. I would like to reread the series, but yeah, the end does destroy you. So,
and it's just so long. Like the further you get in, like the longer it is. The tandem read itself is like 1,200 pages between 2 books, and then you got like Kingdom of Ash that's like 900 or 1,000 pages.
It's thick. It's
crazy. So I'm just like, okay, but I got the the OG covers before they went away. So I'm gonna read them. It's just I knew I had to start over, or I wasn't gonna know.
Yeah, you got like, it's better when you know what's going on, because then you feel it all.
Right, because I love to cry on the internet, so it's fine.
Right.
So I'm gonna, I don't know if I'm doing like an actual vlog with these or not. Like technically I've started one. I just don't know if it's ever gonna like see the light of day, because I don't know. I don't want to trip my freaking computer, but you know what I'm saying. I don't do like collection of books vlogs. Usually that's just what I'm going to start calling them, instead of calling them the S word, because she freaks out. But
okay, yeah,
you know what I'm saying, like my stupid computer's assistant. That's what I get for having an Apple. But anyway, so I don't usually do that because I don't like to put out spoiler vlogs, and I don't know how you read an entire collection of books and not do spoilers. Yeah. So I'm trying to decide. I might still put it up and just say like, this is spoiler filled vlog. I know it won't get like as much traffic. Well, this might, because it's Throne of Glass.
I was gonna say that might, because
enough people have read it at this point that maybe. But like that's why people have asked me for like a Jacksonville Rays like series log, and I haven't done it because I don't feel like I don't feel like it's something that people have like enough people have read where it would get like decent and I don't want to ruin. I mean, it's my favorite, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I don't want to like ruin it for people that like want to read it, especially because it's not done.
Yeah.
We're supposed to get like 9 books or something.
Oof, that's a lot.
We're supposed to get like a lot of books, and she just announced the 4th full-length one. So I have to get on Pucky Sweet because this girl has just been. I'm like 55% through or something, and she's just chilling.
Yeah,
she's just hanging out. I'm gonna work on it.
Yeah.
But
like when you're annotating, you want to be taking the time with it, and sometimes
exactly
like, right now you don't have that time.
And I'm not going to do the audiobook if I'm annotating. I'm not just rereading it to reread it. Like, but she has been sitting here since like January 12th or something crazy like that. Like I'm past like a month of reading this book.
Yeah,
it's fine. No one's waiting for a vlog with this book in it.
But yeah, no, I think with Throne of Glass though you could, like, because people have read it, and 2, like people love reactions to that series, so
that's true.
So, all right, let's see. What did I do? I almost forgot to tell you. I read some of this. I'm about 50% of the way through this, and Shauna Maguire hurt my feelings a little bit.
Dang.
She gave me a glimpse into a character from like another book.
Yeah.
And it hurt my feelings. And I was like, Shannon, every time.
I need to continue the series. I read the first 2 books and I didn't realize that you should like kind of like binge them. I didn't realize that they like I thought they were just kind of like standalone novellas. So I was like, cool, I'll just take my time. And then I think Four Paws Brianna was like, I would maybe just like read them like back to back, like as far as you can, because I think the series is still going or whatever, but as far as you can, and then that way you're caught up. And I was like, oh, I didn't, because I think I did like the 2 that I read, but I was like, these feel so like they didn't like I was only giving them like 3.5, 4 stars because they're novellas, and I'm not like a huge novella girly. But now I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to dedicate like a week to just like reading them, whether that's like Kindle or audio or whatever, and just do all of them at once. Because it seems that they're more like it's more story-ish if you do it that way. And then I'll just rate them based off of the series and maybe not off of each individual.
Yeah, like even if you would read them like almost in pairs, like if you read the first 2 and then the second 2, because each one, like the first one follows like kind of a bigger plot, and then we follow an individual person and then a bigger plot. So it kind of like
I need to just find like a reading guide for them or something, because I want to read them. Like I want to like they seem like such wonderful books. I don't know how I'm supposed to read them.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, yeah, like I think you can just, like you said, like if you read them pretty close together, if you just read them in order, it's pretty.
I'm trying to be a person who finishes what they start. It's not working out, but I'm trying.
Hard. No, I know. Yeah. So, but this one's taking me a little while. Sometimes I devour them, and sometimes, like the last couple, I felt kind of like middle of the road about. And I like it, but I'm just sort of like not as attached to this character.
That's fair. I mean, they can't all be winners, you know what I mean?
Right. Like there's a couple of specific characters that I'd like to like go back to, and this isn't necessarily one of them, but I still like it.
That's fair.
But anyway, let's see how our friends did. Oh, I did walk away and forgot that I didn't give you all the link to Realmathon if you do want to check it out and join. So we went back into that. Amal says another Canadian snowstorm in 4 days. Yikes. We had a heck of a thunderstorm, like in the hour that we were away. Like branches are beating against my windows. There was thunder, and now the sun is out. So our weather is weird. I think weather everywhere is weird right now. Same in Oklahoma. Please let me speak. Mindy finished Sweet Tooth. Now moving on to Her Body and Other Parties by Carmen Maria Machado. Very nice. 2 minutes left of my third book for mid-month chaos. Helen, you're crushing it. Ash got to page 200 of The Crimson Moth, and I'm loving it. Going to start The Whispering Dead by Darcy Coates next. Very nice. I want to try The Crimson Moth. I think I've heard Rainey talk about it, but I've heard other people talk about it. It just sounds like something I might like, but we'll try someday.
I tried to read this book last year. I think I wasn't in the mood for it. I listened to the audiobook and I just thought it was slow. So I think I'm going to try to read it again.
Yeah. I think it was Rainey who gave like a specific description of it, and I was like, oh, I want, what is it? It's like Witch Hunter vibes, right? I think. Yeah. I ate and watched my church's sermon from earlier. Very nice. Have about 20 minutes left in Lost in the Moment and Found. This is definitely one of my favorites in the series. That makes me really excited, Sarah, because like I said, I've liked the last 2 books, but I haven't like loved them like I did the first few. So I'm excited to get back and try that one. Just finished The Conjurer's Wife at the gym. Moved on to The Fun House by Matt Shaw. Got to 33% and heading to my grocery pickup. Very nice. Very nice. Hello, Jen. Not sure how much longer you're sprinting, but I just got home from work. Making dinner and reading The Answer Is No by Richard Bachman. We're going to go for one more sprint here. I'm not going to... I didn't check if Vanessa decided if she was going to sprint or not. I just dropped my phone. I don't know where it is. But so we're just going to do our chatty bit and go for one more sprint, and then we'll see where we're at. Michelle says, I've got 10 minutes left in this one, so I'm going to mute and finish this. This is getting intense. Yeah, definitely mute us and find out what happens. Don't tell Sam. Made it to page 355, 75% through The Goblin Emperor. To know you're so close. I hope you finish. Sprint was really good. Dealt with some laundry as well. Good. Got to 52% and so far enjoying it. I love that for you. I don't remember what you're reading, Sabrina. I'm sorry. I don't know. But I'm glad you're liking it. Jody says, well, finish my first manga. Not sure if it's for me or maybe because it was Vikings, both out of my comfort zone. Yeah, sometimes you have to find something with manga that you're gonna, because there's like manga for everything. There's romance, there's fantasy, there's, like you said, Vikings. You know, you can try something else if maybe the format was okay, but you didn't like the content, because there's a little bit of it out there for everybody. Neva, in what part of the series did you start Assassin's Blade?
I'm reading it in chronological order. So here's the thing, okay? The person that I take Sarah J. Maas advice from is Hannah. I think her channel is Hannah Reads. I don't know, but she's like her friend group is like Lachlan. Like Lachlan is like her bestie. Y'all know who I'm talking about. If you don't, I'm sorry. But Hannah is who I thought, like, she was the first creator that I saw talking about Sarah J. Maas, like, back in the day when I started getting on BookTube. And so I read them in the order she says to read them in. I don't know if that's the right order. I don't really care, to be honest. I know there are 2 different ways you can read this. You can read this the way I'm reading it, which if you buy the box set, The Assassin's Blade is the first book. Like, that's how it is in the box set. But there's also like the Romantics order, which is where you read The Assassin's Blade before you read Heir of Fire. I personally don't know how you would have a connection to one of the characters that's mentioned in The Assassin's Blade if you read this before Heir of Fire. I don't know that I would care about that person. Honest.
Yeah.
Because if you read this one as the 3rd book, then you get, like, the person in this book, I'm not going to say who it is because that's a spoiler, but the person that's in this book only really gets mentioned like throughout the rest of the books, and you don't really know what's going on with them or what they're doing or whatever. So I don't know that I have a connection to this character because they're in this book and I read this one first, but you can do what you want with that. Like, because I know Sarah J. Maas suggests reading this series in publication order, which means that this would fall as like the third book because it was published in like 2015 or whatever as individual novellas, and then this is the bind up of all 5. I've also been told that you should start with ACOTAR and then you should read Throne of Glass, but again, Hannah reads Throne of Glass first, so that's just what we're doing. I just go off of people that I feel like I can trust their judgment, and usually that those are people that revisit the series multiple times, and Hannah does, as opposed to someone who's only read the series like once and then is like, oh, you should start with this, whatever. But also my friend Ashley also says to read Throne of Glass first, but I do think that Ashley read The Assassin's Blade before Heir of Fire, and I don't remember if that's how she prefers to do it or if she's tried to do it the other way, but I know that my friend Ashley she does not have a YouTube channel. She's on Instagram, but I know that from talking to her before, I know that she has told me that she would start with Throne of Glass before going into the other series. I also will say that I think that because this was started when Sarah J. Maas was a teenager, I prefer her writing is more mature in ACOTAR. So if that's a thing that might bother you, which sometimes is a thing for me with backlist books, that if their writing has changed even a little bit and it's better now, I have trouble with backlist books. So
yeah, I read Throne of Glass as it came out. So I read Assassin's Blade as the third book because that's how it came out. So I'm partial to that order, but
which is fair. Yeah.
That's just me.
But also you had no choice but to read it in that order.
Right. And
it's kind of like with, what is that series? A Good Girl's Guide to Murder. Everybody asks me should you read the prequel novella first? And I say no, but also I didn't have the option to do that because the prequel novella came out after I'd finished the rest of the series. We didn't even know we were getting a prequel novella. Some people don't like the prequel novella, but I personally don't suggest, with that series, reading the prequel novella first because I feel like there are spoilery things for the first full-length novel. And I feel like the what's technically a prequel novella is much better if you read it after you've read everything else or everything else that you're going to read, because technically, I DNF the third book. But with that, you get your questions answered if you read the prequel last.
Yeah, that's kind of how I felt about the first 2 Throne of Glass books. You kind of get all these questions about what's going on. And then I think if Sarah J. Maas had been a more skilled writer at the time, obviously this was her first book, everything, I think that information would have just been in the books.
Been there. Yeah.
For you. But it's just how it all worked out. But yeah.
Yeah, I will say that I forgot how disjointed these are. They're very disjointed. There's a lot of timeline jumps, which is fine. But I just kind of forgot that they were allowed timeline jumps. But again, especially with the Throne of Glass series, I give grace with it. Kind of Eragon is a wonderful book. Don't get me wrong, but it was also written by a teenager. So there's a lot of there are plot holes and stuff in this series that I kind of just give grace on because I'm okay, but you were 16 when you started writing this book. And I surely was not writing any novels at 16, much less an 8-novel collection of books. So yeah, I think that you can start wherever you feel comfortable in the SJM world. I'm a person who prefers to read backlist things first if I can.
Mm-hmm.
because I'm actually finding this. I liked Shadow and Bone. I read it last month, not last year. Last month, I read the first book, and I did enjoy it. I gave it 4.5 stars, but I do kind of wish that I had buckled down and chosen to read the Grishaverse before I read Ninth House, because Lee Bardugo's writing is different, and also like Grishaverse is started in 2012 and it's very 2012 YA vibes.
Yeah, it is.
And I love Ninth House. I think we might be getting a third book in that series, but anyway, I love Ninth House. I gave it 5 stars. I'm going to reread it because I need to read Hellbent, and I'm sure it will be a 6-star book. It's top tier. And I wanted Shadow and Bone to be top tier, and it was not. I gave it 4.5. Like, it was a fun time, and I own the entire series, the entire Grishaverse, so I'm going to finish it. But I'm definitely like sitting here kind of like, I wish I'd read the backlist first.
Yeah.
It's easier for me to see the writing growth than it is for me to go backwards.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
I guess it just depends on if that will bother you. Because I will say that the writing in Throne of Glass is not as good as it is in ACOTAR. Or even in Crescent City, honestly.
Yeah. And like, honestly, I kind of think wherever you want to pick to start with Sarah J. Maas, like, is wherever your preferred age group is. Like, if you prefer to read YA, new adult, or like full adult, like, if you have a strong preference, pick your poison that way.
And Crescent City is definitely her most adult series. I know ACOTAR, the further you get into it, like, the spicier it gets. Throne of Glass, the further you get into it, the spicier it gets, whatever. But Throne of Glass is definitely YA. I mean, even up to like Queen of Shadows, I don't think we were getting a lot of like open door kind of like spice. I know. I think in Kingdom of Ash, people are saying that there is open door spice, and there is in A Court of Mist and Fury, but not in A Court of Thorns and Roses. Like, that's just the way it is. And I know that after A Court of Mist and Fury, it gets increasingly more spicy, which is fine. But if you're just like, you know what, I'm in my like adult urban fantasy era, I definitely would just skip the other two and just go straight to Crescent City. I know they all interconnect in somehow, some way, but I've been told by people, including my ex, who read the entire thing. I mean, read the entire thing in like 3 months, like the entire Mossverse up until the most recent Crescent City book that came out. Was it this year or last year? 2024, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the third Crescent City book, which they've now read that also, and they told me like, yeah, they do like interconnect, but like if you don't read one of the series, you're not missing anything. Like, it's not so interconnected that if you skip around in the series that you're gonna miss stuff. So
yeah, it's like a lot of it, I think, is more, it's interconnected as like almost Easter eggs or like a wink wink nudge nudge thing than like necessary information.
You read Throne of Glass, notice this, because I did notice that with like there's a lot of crossover with like the bonus scenes or whatever that you got in the third Crescent City book, which I've not even read the second one. It's fine. But do I own two? I technically own 4 versions of the third Crescent City because they did the marketing ploy. So I bought the indie pub version not knowing that there was an extra scene in it until like last week.
Oh, wow.
I just bought it because it was at my indie bookstore and I was like, oh, it's cool. They got like an indie pub, like their own like indie version. Like, that's awesome. Yeah. So like I bought it like just to support my local indie. But then I did buy the Walmart version because I knew what the bonus scene for that was and the characters were in it, and I care about those characters. And then, well, except one, I guess I haven't really been introduced to Nesta, so I don't know if I really care about her, but the other two I care about. And then I have it on my Kindle because I pre-order everything on my Kindle, because if I'm not going to read it physically, I'm at least going to read it on my Kindle. And then I do have it on audio. as well. Like, I don't need this many versions of this book. And truthfully, I don't even think the physical copies are so big, and like I don't know if anyone else has had this issue even like with their store-bought ones, but the binding on it is not great on the third one. So like I'm sure that all I'm going to do is like open it to read the bonus chapters after, or bonus scenes after I've read it a different way. But I don't even think I will open the physical book to read it, because like the binding is not good. Like I don't know if because they had so many versions they had to like cut back on their binding budget or what, but the binding is not good. And I bought both of mine in store. I didn't like order them from the internet and then they like came damaged. Like I brought them home brand new, and then I remember I opened them both, just kind of like flipped through them, and I was like, oh, the binding is
great.
Like, if you're gonna have so many pages, you need good binding. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that publisher is rich enough; they can have good binding.
They've made enough money off of this series; they could make the bindings really well done.
But I mean, they did give us some real cheap looking ACOTAR special editions through Barnes and Noble. So
I can't.
And I was like, they're sleek. Like, they were sleek looking, but they don't call them a special edition or a Barnes & Noble exclusive when all you did was you just took them and made them like matte black, and the covers are the same. We don't get any like special like inside, nothing. That's not.
It's just sprayed edges, and
that's just a rebinding. Call it a rebind. Like, that's fine, because like if they weren't, they're too. I mean, they're not even that expensive, but like they're too expensive for what they are. And I was like, if these were like $20 for the set, I'd buy them.
Yeah,
just because they are sleek looking. They would look nice on someone's shelf, especially if you're a person that does like colored shelves, like when you have like your black books, your pink books, like that kind of thing. But I think they're like $35, and I'm like, I'm not paying $35 for a rebind.
No,
it's not even a nice, like, it's not even like a good rebind. Y'all took the cheapest route you could find.
Yeah, and like I just, if there was exclusive content or like end pages, they make so many books like special right now. Like there's so much end papers and stuff, but these are just pretty basic.
I just feel like if we could get, and I own them, I'm not even like embarrassed, but I own like the special edition like hardcovers of Legends and Lattes that they did, and Bookshops and Bonus. If they can do that, and the man was indie pubbed before he got just like picked up by Tor. Okay, so if we can not only get like, yes, they were the same cover, but it was, they like did a shiny version instead, like a glossy version instead of like a matte. They were the same cover, but like I don't mind that because he was just being traditionally published. But if we can get like these fancy, like, you take the dust jackets off and the hardbacks are all fancy and the end papers. Julie, are you okay? Are you good? You okay? Okay.
She was coughing.
I don't want her to think I'm just like over here ignoring the fact that she's half dying.
No, go ahead. You're good.
But like the I don't know if people have seen them. They're over on my shelf. But like you take the covers off, and the naked cover under the dust jacket is like its own thing. Like it has like decoration on it, and then the sprayed edges. Book the first one is blue and the second one is green, and or maybe it's the other way around. I don't know. I can't see the spines because I have them turned out so I can see the edges. But they're both, they match, but are different colors. Yeah. But then you get special end papers on the inside, and then you get special like art for each chapter. Like I'm actually contemplating reading those versions when I do a reread, just because like they're pretty on the inside.
They're gorgeous.
But like that'd be like when Icebreaker came out with the collector's edition. When we got the collector's edition of Icebreaker, if they had just like rebound it and just made it look like. I mean, Brittany and I bought it because like the whole thing is like different. Like we have sprayed edges, we have their hardbacks, their brand new covers, like everything like that. But we didn't even know we got a bonus chapter until we bought it.
And like with that, like you're going from something like this that's just a basic floppy paperback to where there was never a hardcover version. to something where they've made
Yeah.
it both hardcover and special, plus you
And-
got bonus content.
Yeah, and sprayed edges. And then Brittany opened it and was like, we get a bonus chapter. And I was like, oh, we do? Like, that was like an added bonus. Like, I just wanted it because it was pretty and I could put it on my special edition shelf. Plus, it was a hardcover.
Yeah.
And we're getting all 3 books that way. So I was like, well, might as well collect them. I mean, I don't need this many versions. But, like, I don't think my Magnolia Parks, the cloth bound versions that I have now that are special editions, they're cloth bound, and then they have special end papers. But I think the only one that actually has extra content in it is the 3rd one, because there's some like talk in there about future projects and stuff. But I didn't buy them for extra content. But they're complete. Like, yes, they are the original covers, but they're like cloth bound with like gold lettering and stuff. Like, it's all foily.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
like, they look completely different than any of the other versions of this book that I own. And I feel like that's what you need to do, not just be like, oh, we're just going to take these covers that everyone's had now for 6 years and we're just going to make them black.
Right. Exactly. Especially since, like, if they would have really redone those covers, like, people don't love that original cover. Or, well, the second.
Yeah, the second cover. And people would buy them. I mean, I'm sure they got people to buy them just for the new
Yeah. Yeah.
But I know there was a lot of there was more discourse about how they didn't change anything.
Yeah.
And how it felt like a money grab, because it is. Then discourse about like, oh my God, so excited to have like rebound books. Like, I was just like, I don't want to, for what? Like, and I'm not even really a special editions person. Really, I only have as many sprayed edges books at this point as I do, because so many of these books are coming out where that first print is sprayed. And I'm like, well, we're going to be like the UK and we're going to get sprayed edges, like, sign me up. Like, it's fine.
I'm going to be here for it.
But like, I'm not really one to like go out of my way to buy special editions. Like, I only really, the special editions that I have, unless you count my Barnes and Noble, because technically I have Hellbent and Ninth House, and then I have God of something, I don't know. It was God of Malice, I think it is. I don't know. It was that dark romance that I read. I saw it at Barnes and Noble. They have like a paperback sprayed edge. Those are all like, and then I have like the Hexed by Emily McIntyre. I have that in like the Barnes and Noble special edition. Like, I do have a few special. Emily Wilde is a special, like a Barnes and Noble exclusive. But like, my true special editions, I only have in like the Legends Latte series, Maple Hills. I do now have 2 different special editions. I'm about to have a 3rd special edition. That's ridiculous. And then I have Hooked. Like, I will collect the Never After series because
they're gorgeous.
Scarred comes out in August, and those are definitely like, you have to order them now. Like, order them when she announces them. So I pre-ordered Scarred, and that'll come out in August. But like, I mean, technically I DNF Scarred. I'm going to try it again. I'm going to go into it with different expectations. But the only one I haven't read yet is Twisted, which is the Aladdin one. But I've read all the rest of them, and they've all been like 4 or 5 stars. Well, except for Hex and Cross, which are 6 stars. But they're so pretty. Like, I don't care.
Yeah.
I could hate them, and I'd be like, well, I have to have the whole series now because I have the first one.
Yeah. That's how it goes. Anyway. We're good. Got only 7 minutes into Touch and Go, but borrowed a few BIPOC author novellas to prepare for Room 7. Nice. Got 1 chapter left of Nimona by Noelle Stevenson. I need to watch this movie. I loved this graphic novel so much, and I never ended up watching the movie. Finished Drop, Cover, and Hold by Jasmine Guillory. Nice. And started Any Luck by Ashley Poston. Finished The Rose Gate, and I loved it. I'm so glad. Vanessa, did you look up City of Gods and Monsters? Got to about 50% of Maria, a novel of Maria von Trapp by Michelle Morin. Oh, I'm writing this down. I love The Sound of Music a lot. So I need to know what this is. That'll be a rabbit hole for me later.
Maria von Trapp, like as in from The Sound of Music?
Yeah.
Please, I'm gonna look this up too.
Yeah. I love this movie a lot, and I recently rewatched it and I was like, yeah, I was right. I love this movie.
Listen, it's such a good, like, it's so long though.
It is. It's very long. But like, I also, like, when I was growing up, my mom had the 2 DVDs, or not DVD, VHS set, like the double
That's
box.
what we had too.
And in my brain, it was like 6 hours long. Like, the movie is 4 hours. It's long. But in my brain, it was like 6 or 7 hours long.
I feel like we felt that way with Titanic too, though, because it was a double VHS.
Yeah, and I thought it was so long. And then when I watched it, I was like, this is long. Like, it's not a short movie, but it's not as
half
long.
a day long.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what I always thought too. I was like, oh, this movie takes like half a day to watch it. And then I think it's on Disney Plus, because I think the other day I just played it as like background, because it's like one of those movies where I know exactly what's happening.
Yeah.
And they got to like the intermission, and I was like, I've only been watching this for it's only been playing for 2 hours, which like is still like, that's a full length movie, guys. Yeah. But I was like, I could have swore this movie took like half a day.
Yeah, like I fully thought that it was like 6 so long, and I was like, this is long, but it's not as long as I thought it was.
Yeah, but oh, such a good movie.
It's so good. I love it so much. Glenda is on page 98 of her Spider manga. We're very glad you're enjoying it. Lynn's finished The Elusive Samurai Volume 3 and about halfway through The Empress of Salt and Fortune. I also read The Empress of Salt and Fortune this week. I liked it a lot, but I also feel like I need to go back and reread it, because it was a story within a story, and I don't feel like I fully grasped what was part of what story. So maybe someday. Wait, Neva, I haven't read Sarah J. Maas at all. I've heard to start with ACOTAR. You're saying to start with Throne of Glass.
Yeah, you can start wherever you want to. Some people say that ACOTAR is the best place to start if you're a romance person. Sarah J. Maas has her like suggested reading order. I think it just depends on, like I said, I started with ACOTAR. I read the first 2 books. Then I read the first Crescent City book. Then I read the first ACOTAR book. Then I read the first Crescent City book. Then I went back and reread the first ACOTAR book. Remembered why Feyre annoyed me so much in the first one. And then read the second one. And then I started reading Throne of Glass. But again, for me, it's harder for me to go back writing style wise than it is to go forward. So I think I was like, oh, I didn't realize Throne of Glass had come out first. Mm-hmm. Because I was not I was in my fantasy era back then, but not on that side of fantasy.
Yeah. Honestly, I like there's the recommended order and everything, but if like, as long as you start with the first book in a series, you're not really gonna go wrong. Like, you're gonna be okay. Aoife is on page 158, and it's around 11 p.m. here, so I may keep going for another half hour before I call it a night. You might already be in bed. A Game Across the Green Grass Field, 5 stars. Very nice. Very nice. Michelle says, finished it. I would recommend that series. It's 4 short stories by Lisa Unger. I'm going to read The Fall Risk now and then back to The Hemlock Queen until bedtime. Very nice. Very nice. Ashley finished The Worst Wingman Ever, watched a vlog, and now I'm working on Rosie and the Dreamboat. Vanessa says, I might sprint later. My partner just got home and we're going to do dinner. Okay, very nice. Very nice. I'm so sick. I told her to be nice to me, but we'll see. I'm reading The Venetian Betrayal by Steve Barry. It's kind of like a Dan Brown book. Interesting. I used to love Dan Brown, but now his short chapters drive me a little crazy. So, Jody says, I'm just downloading a fantasy manual to see if I like that more. Only problem I have at the moment is being on a book ban until June, so it has to be on KU. Was recommended Witch Hat Altier, and I've heard good things about this manga as well. Like I think it's at my library, but I guess is that on KU? I don't know. Good luck. I'm sorry. Sabrina says Ash, you might like the James Rollins too. They both mix present day and with history. Nice. I read Throne of Glass first, so I might read Assassin's Blade next. Yep, whatever. Yeah, then you're kind of doing a mix of the two things. Sabrina, Cool New Rex. Yep. I agree. So glad I read it first too. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how you would. I don't know. I'm sure that people that read it, like, I don't want to like discount like people like Julie that they didn't have like an option but to read it in publication orders. Like, I'm sure that you also have a connection with them in that way. I'm sure, like, if I had to read it that way, like if that was the only way to read it, I'd also have a connection with this character. I just don't know how I would now that I've read the Assassin's Blade first.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I feel like it might annoy me to just have a character like alluded to the entire time, and then, you know.
Mm-hmm. No, I get what you're saying. I can see how it's beneficial both ways, because, like you said, like you are reading the novellas first, and you're getting an introduction to all these characters who are going to be important in the series.
Right.
But like, I remember like reading the first two books, and you'd see growth in the characters in the first two books, and then going back to the novellas and being like, girl, you were crazy.
You're an idiot. Yeah.
Yeah. And then being like, why would I care about this first? So I can see it both ways. I read it the romantic way the first time and remember feeling very lost reading Throne of Glass because it had reference to AB a bit. But then I remember feeling very glad I read AB when I did because feelings. Yeah. It's all like what you think is gonna benefit you and what you feel like you're gonna connect with the most. We're fresh when things get visited later on. Now that I've read the whole series, I read AB first because I know I'm going to feel all the feels regardless. Exactly. Yeah. Sandstorm by James Rollins is definitely on my TBR now. Very nice. I love it when people find things in the comments with each other. It's fun. Don't realize how many authors were teens when they started. Yeah. I read the first two ACOTAR, then House of Earth and Blood, then Throne of Glass. That's a wild discovery order, honestly.
It is.
I'm buddy reading Throne of Glass and have never read it before on the tandem read now, and it's so much better than Queen of Shadows, which dragged for me. Yeah.
I remember Heir of Fire dragging for me.
Mm-hmm.
But I liked Queen of Shadows.
Mm-hmm. I remember
reread that I just like everything.
Yeah. I remember reading, did Queen of Shadows come out and then was Empire of Storms before or after Tower of Dawn? I forget. But I remember
Empire and then Tower.
I remember then Empire coming out and reading the end of Empire and then being so mad that Tower of Dawn was gonna come because we had to wait for the actual final book. So I'm glad everybody gets to do the tandem read now because that was a lot.
To be honest, I think if I had been part of the SJM universe when these books were being published, I'd have been like, why you gave me two books in the same thing? Because honestly, that's what's making me a little weary for the Hopeless series by Colleen Hoover. Because you know me, I'm the girly that reads Colleen Hoover, so no one else has to. But Hopeless is actually on my TBR for this month. I need to try to get to it by the end of the month because if I don't, then because it's on my self-destruct, it will follow to next month. That's just the way that I'm doing self-destruct and the 25 and 2025. Like if I don't get it done, it just follows me. But Hopeless is from like the chick's point of view, and then Losing Hope is the same book, but from his point of view. And I'm like, is this necessary? Like, you couldn't give me like a tandem read option?
There are books that are dual point of view. We could have just done it that way.
You couldn't, right? That's what I'm saying. Like, listen, Colleen Hoover writes dual POV. Why you didn't do it for this? Why you gave me two completely, like, why?
Yeah. Don't love that.
It's kind of like when we got It Starts With Us, or whatever the fuck it's called. Like, unnecessary. Or the Verity bonus chapter. Unnecessary. Like, you give us a bunch of unnecessary stuff. I don't understand that. Although she might have retired now. So
that's what I heard.
I mean, her social media is gone.
Oh,
gone. Like, because I followed her on Instagram, and then people were saying like, oh yeah, like on the TikTok, people were saying that like her Instagram was gone and all that stuff, and I was like, no, it's not, because I was like, I follow her on Instagram, so I went and I looked, and it's gone. Like, it doesn't exist.
Whoa!
After everything that happened with the movie and Blake Lively.
Yeah, that all sounds like bad.
But I mean, we're gonna have to see her at some point because Verity is picked up for a movie.
Yeah, that's true.
But like, she's not promoting anything or anything because like she's gone.
Yeah, I wonder if they just told her to stay out of it.
Well, I guess her social media is back up. But she hasn't posted anything since December.
Okay. Interesting. I read the first Crescent City, then read Throne of Glass, then ACOTAR, and then went back to Crescent City. Now I'm just waiting on new stuff. Yeah. I'm glad you are. I'm glad. I wish I was excited, but I am just like,
I just think I'm excited for those that are excited for them. I just think I think it's just I just feel like it's a money grab, and they don't need to be like, at least at my, like, the Barnes and Noble, but near me, they're gonna be like $35, and I just don't think they're worth $35.
Ooh, I'm gonna have to look this up too. I've never read this book, and I want to.
I think you'd like this book.
I gotta try it.
I read it last year.
Either
2024 or 2023. I don't remember. Whatever year it was that I did the Reading Like Jan vlog, this was one of the books that was on her little like Jan's syllabus thing that she gave to us on Patreon. And I read Diary of Blood, and I will be honest, I almost DNF'd it. Because like the writing is very like flowery, which I'm not a fan of. But then I was like, let me switch to the audiobook, and I gave it 5 stars. Like, it was really good. Like, I mean, I would own it.
Yeah. I need to try it. I've been meaning to try S.T. Gibson at some point, but I just haven't. I mean, there's too many books. That's so real, Vanessa. Let me do When You Do. Going for Artemis Fowl, the graphic novel next. I didn't know they made a graphic novel of Artemis Fowl. That's interesting. Anyone read Caraval? I have 30 minutes to decide whether to order it or not. 3 for 2 sale. I have not read this series, but a lot of people do love this series. So that's all I got for you.
I own this entire series on my Kindle, and I've read none of it. That's what I do. It's fine. One day I'll get to the series because I know it's a beloved series. I think that I'm trying to not get too hype about it because I know myself, and I'll be like, oh, this is such a hype series, and then I'll go to read it, and it won't be like as good as I want it to be. I know it is YA, or it's marketed to YA, so I'm going into it with that expectation. But I think when series are really hyped, I hype them up in my brain. Like Blood of Hercules, it's a great example. Everybody was like, this is such a great book, and then like I read it, and I'm like reading it, and I'm like,
yeah.
But you know what? Those same people probably gave what was that book called? The Mean One, that terrible smutty Grinch retelling I read last year. People gave that book 5 stars, and I just would like to know why. I gave it 2 stars, and I gave it 2 stars for the ending. Otherwise, it was getting 1 star. It was not good. I do not suggest that people read it.
Good to know.
Actually, I think Vanessa did try to read it, and she told me she DNF'd it. First of all, it was just disturbing for no reason. Second of all, why?
Yeah.
I don't think I needed a smutty Grinch retelling outside of How My Neighbor Stole Christmas, because that book was a gem.
Good. Okay. Kristen, I hope you're sprinting later. Yeah, like a lot of people love Caraval, so
yeah, I've seen a lot of good things about it, honestly.
Yeah, but I have not read it either.
You're welcome. I think this is about my Colleen Hoover journey. Listen, when I got back into reading, It Ends With Us was one of the first books I ever read. It's still one of my favorite books. I'm not like ashamed to say that. And then I read Verity. And then I just was like, Colleen Hoover is the greatest ever. She's and then I bought every Colleen Hoover book that was known into existence. So I own them all. So I need to like read them so that I can decide if I'm going to keep them or get rid of them.
Yeah, I think Sarah says it well here. It's accessible, but now that I've read better books, I can see it now. They're just not for me anymore. Yeah.
It's fine.
Yeah.
I just read it so y'all don't have to. It's okay.
Yeah. No, we appreciate your sacrifice.
You're welcome. Yeah. Her books are, here's the thing, her books are very toxic, but I am a dark romance reader who's okay with toxicity in my romance books. I would never tell someone who doesn't like toxicity in their romance. Like if you want like a fluffy, like feel good kind of romance, don't read Colleen Hoover. She's not that type of author. I'm okay with the toxicity and stuff like that, especially if I know that's what I'm getting. I think my problem with Colleen Hoover books is that I wouldn't market them as romances. I would market them as like contemporary lit. I don't like women's lit. I think that's stupid and sexist. But I would say contemporary literature with romance in it. Like there's romance in it. There's romance subplot. Sometimes there are like sex scenes or whatever. But I would not like say to somebody, oh, you love romance, read Colleen Hoover.
Yeah.
No. I also would never market It Ends With Us the way it was marketed to me, which it was marketed to me as a feel-good rom-com.
Yeah.
By one of my friends. I was like, a feel-good rom-com. And then I read it, and it's a book about DV, which like is fine. And unfortunately, I could relate to the story, but I didn't go into it expecting it to rip out my heart. I went into it expecting it to be like a hee-hee, like a kiki good time.
Yeah.
It Ends With Us is not a kiki good time.
I think, and unfortunately, I think that's how they marketed the movie a little bit too.
It is. And then people were like, and you could tell the people that went and saw this movie because they like Blake Lively or they like Justin Balderini or whatever, or whatever reason that they were drawn to this movie, or because it was marketed as a rom-com.
Yeah.
About women empowerment or whatever the hell it was that Blake Lively said. But then they went and watched it and were like, what did I just watch? Because and I was like, these are people that they never read this book. Like it had to have been, because the book is not marketed this way. Like, so they like, and by that I mean by like the publisher, obviously whoever the person that marketed to me, I told them never to market to me a book ever again. Like they can say like, hey, I recommend this book to you, but don't tell me what it's about because you're gonna like me. But the book, like in bookstores and stuff, is not marketed as, it's like, it's not in like the rom-com section. You know what I'm saying? So I think that people saw the marketing for the movie and were like, oh, this is like a feel good, like girls' night type of movie. And then they were like, what was this movie that I just watched? Like now I'm triggered because I didn't know that that's what this book or this movie was going to be about.
Yeah, you'd have whiplash if you went in expecting a rom-com and then you got that movie. Yeah,
right. I didn't even watch the movie. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Me
I don't
neither.
know.
I didn't watch it.
I read the book and the book was good, but I just don't feel that I need to watch it be enacted on a screen.
Yeah, because that's a lot. That's a lot to take. Like, that's a lot to process and to go through. Yeah,
I don't think so. I'm gonna skip it out. I think.
We have some love for the Caraval series. I would like to try it someday, but I don't know. I think I might have outgrown the YA of it, but like,
I think maybe if you try it, you're gonna have to do like what I'm gonna do, which I'm just gonna go into it for like a good time.
Yeah. Not planning anything beside commenting back to her sass and listening to audiobooks. I also just want popcorn. Yeah.
That's fair.
Chaos can be fun. Just finished the third load of laundry and one more to fold and put away. I put away all my laundry this weekend. Please be proud of me. Because
I'm so proud of you. My laundry is still in the washing machine. So
I never put it all away. I'll bring it all up away from the washer and dryer, but I will never put it away.
Christina, whenever you want to, you let me know when you have room in your schedule and I'll make room in mine, because how I'm doing buddy reads this year is if people approach me with buddy reads or we agree on a buddy read or whatever. I think the only buddy read I have is with, I think Coda and I are supposed to read Night Bitch at some point, but we don't have an actual day down for that. And then the only other buddy read I have is with Miss Brittany, and we are reading the second book in the Dark Oz series, but I'm not sure on the week for that. I think maybe the first week of March or something. So you tell me what works for you, and then what I will do is I will mark my book to read it in like 5 or 7 days, and then I'll just work on it that way, because I do have access to it physically, but I also have access to it on my Kindle, so I can really read it whenever.
Yeah,
it's up to you. I also had chicken and rice. That's my brother made.
Me too. I'll do some in this next sprint very soon. I'm sorry, we've been chatting. We're kind of just doing a casual evening tonight. We've all been reading a lot this weekend, so we're kind of just being casual. Haven't read it yet. Now it's been added to my order. Thanks. Yeah.
I can't wait to read this.
Interesting. Gotcha.
Oh no, it's not. I'm not reading North of the Night for any. I mean, if you want to wait till March to read North of the Night, we can, because I could use it for a Realmathon. But I'm a junior detective for Clue, so anything I read will count. As long as I finish it, obviously.
Hi, Sarvasha. All right. I'm going to throw us into, I guess, 1 more hour sprint, and then we'll see what we got going on here. Well, let's do a half an hour. I'm going to change it up.
Whatever you want.
Yeah. We'll just do an hour. I can never remember how to change it in here, and I don't want to. Oh, there it is. Okay. All right. We'll do 30 minutes. Do a quick check-in, and then we'll go from there. All right. Happy sprinting. Hello, everybody. How was that last sprint for you all? Oh, I always forget I have to put this back. I don't know how, but I always do.
It would have been great if you weren't like looking up my nose. You know what I'm saying? I was trying to find my ring light because it's like starting to get dark in here, but whatever, who cares? I made it like part of the way through the Assassin in the Underworld, which is like the second to last story. Going fine. I forgot that we hate Lysandra, or we're supposed to hate her, or like at least we're not supposed to like her in this book. I'm not really sure how I'm supposed to feel about her. Okay, because some people say like later on that they like her. So I never know how I'm supposed to feel when it comes to Sarah J. Maas books, because I feel like I get told I'm supposed to not like some people, and then they're like, "Just kidding. Now you can like them." So I just kind of like go with it. You know what I mean? I hate them when I'm supposed to, and then I like them when I'm told to. That's basically how I operate.
Yeah. You got to just go through the full range of emotions. So, yeah, I did not read. I just I was chatting with people in the comments. I was finding some links to where to send you, and I just kind of did my own thing. So, yeah, it was kind of a unproductive but also productive
That's
sprint.
fair. We've been reading for so long. We've been reading for like 24 hours. You know what I mean? And then next week, for those that observe it, is 24-hour sprints again. And I actually do have to read a book during that, because I'm not going to tell you with who, but someone that does 24-hour sprints and I decided that the buddy read that we've been kind of lollygagging around with, we're going to just read it over the 24-hour sprint thing this time.
Oh.
So I have to read during 24-hour sprints this time.
Yeah, but no, that's kind of why, like, we were not running a tight ship today. Like Eva said, we're just like kind of casually hanging out at this point because we've been reading and sprinting a lot this weekend. So I was like, we can all have a break and do some chatting.
I'm sorry. I see her in the comments, so I guess I'll just say it out loud. Margaret and I are going to be buddy reading basically an entire book over 24-hour sprints.
Where's Margaret? Where is she? Oh, hi.
Because she yelled at me and she said, "Neva, I'm right here." But we're gonna read. What are we reading? House of Bane and Blood.
Ooh, oh.
Yeah, because we were supposed to. So originally, I was buddy reading with Brittany. Then Margaret joined us, and then Brittany ended up reading it for something, needing to read it for something else. So we were like, "All right, cool. Me and Margaret will read it later." And then me and Margaret were like, "We'll read it in February." And then Margaret messaged me like last week and was like, "You want to just do it over 24-hour sprints?" And I was like, "All right."
Sounds like a challenge.
It'll be great. And I mean, I have the audiobook. I think Margaret might as well.
Yeah. Nice. Where was I? I don't remember where I was in the comments. I'm sorry if I missed your comment. I've lost where I was. Oh, we were talking about how Kathy needed to buy more books because, buying books is self-care, and we want all one of them too.
That's why I was like, we can never have too many. Honestly, I'm gonna be buying bookshelves in a couple weeks, and I'm one. Okay, I'm gonna be buying. Let's not get crazy, but I'm so excited because I've never had tall bookshelves. I've always used like the 9 shelf, like that you buy like at Walmart. But I went to Walmart the other day because I was like, oh, I'm pretty sure you can get these and you can stack them, like anchor them together. But Walmart has 5 shelf bookcases that are the same like structure as like the 9 shelf, but it's bookcases. And I was like, oh, I'm buying this because they're only like $40. And I was like, even if they fall apart in a year, then I'll like just upgrade my shelves. But like, I was like, I'm buying these, so I'm gonna buy at least one. I might buy 2, but I think only one will fit in the space that I currently have. So I'm probably just gonna buy 1. I might buy 2 just so, in case they like decide not to carry them anymore, because Walmart does that, and then I'll just leave the one like in the box, But I'm so excited because everybody else has like these tall like bookshelves they can stand in front of. I just got like this little 9 shelf that when I sit in front of it, you can see the top. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I'm finally gonna be professional like everyone else. 3 years in, for 2. Fine.
Look, It's yeah. It's you're talking about books, so you gotta. But Ro was not kidding. That edition of The Dowry of Blood is gorgeous.
It's so pretty.
I went and looked at it and stared at it for a while. I couldn't.
And then I
was
told
like,
myself that I don't really need it, but also I kind of want it.
I know. I was like, you need to go read this book first before. I already bought a special edition of a book I haven't read yet this month. I can't do it again.
I did that with North of the Night, but my excuse was that I know I like Emily Rath because she wrote the Jacksonville Rays, Pucking Around.
Mm-hmm.
And no one knows anything about that. I never talk about that series. But North of the Night, so I was like, even if I don't like it, like I would still want it on my shelf with the pretty sprayed edges and everything. So.
Yeah. Read and Craft said they missed the sprint because they were reading, but hey, that happens. You were busy. And then I did link the Google Doc sheet of all the sprints if you want to check out that. That has like everybody who's sprinting, but I also did link Courtney, who just started at 6, and Coda, who just started at 6. So if you're looking for more sprints, because I didn't see that Vanessa was going to Vanessa said
she's saying that she might, but I know that she's doing dinner first, so
yeah. So I was like, I'm just gonna send you guys off, and then if you're in Get a Clue, she will link it in sprints if she decides to do it. But I am also interested in trying this book that Read and Craft mentioned, Usher. That sounded interesting, by Joe Hill. So I might have to try that.
Here's the thing. I have never read just a Joe Hill book because Joe Hill isn't Joe Hill Stephen King's son?
Yep.
Yeah. But I did read that one that they made into like a movie, that In the Tall Grass or whatever the hell that book was.
Mm-hmm.
That thing is only like 89 pages. And when I tell you, I went through a whole lifetime in 89 pages. And I actually read it with someone else. Like I read it out loud to someone else.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't watched the movie. I'm too scared to watch it because it's like a movie on Netflix, and I'm too scared to watch the movie now because like the book was so like for a novella, it was so descriptive.
Yeah.
Please read I don't know about this book. Probably you should read your triggers on this.
Yeah, but I'll check out
In the Tall Grass. Please read your triggers, dude. Because wow.
Yeah. No, I definitely would with Joe Hill or Stephen King because I don't trust them as far as I can throw them. But like this sounds interesting because it sounds like it makes you think. So that sounds interesting. But yeah, let's see. What else are we doing? Michelle also read 11 Numbers by Lee Child. Thought that was good. And that's on Read and Craft's list. Meant to read it last night, but hubby brought me a list to listen with him. His list was all war or disaster books. Was fun. And then we said hi to Margaret, but we got to do it again.
We love her.
Made some progress. Yeah, absolutely. It has been so long since we talked. So long. We had sprints together yesterday.
Listen, y'all are really making me go into my grandma era, dude. I'm going to be ordering some Woobles sets.
Yeah.
I'm so excited for this. If no one knows what Woobles are, it's crocheting, okay? It's just crocheting like little characters or whatever. And here's the thing. I want to be a grandma with everyone else. Like, I want to be a crocheter. I know how to knit, but I don't like knitting. Knitting does not bring me joy in any way, okay?
Yeah.
I had to learn how to knit in high school because it was part of like my home economics class. We had to learn a craft, and I already knew how to cross stitch, so that didn't count. And I do like to cross stitch, but I prefer diamond painting because with diamond painting, I don't have to count anything. And with cross stitching, I do. And it's just, I don't want to have to count. And I'm also finding my way back to cozy Switch games.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that's like a grandma era activity, but I'm calling it a grandma era activity.
I would vote that it is because you're like cooking meals and like making cute stuff.
Right. Like I feel like by the time that we are grandmas, cozy games on the Switch is going to be grandma era activity. You know, that's how I feel. So I'm calling it a grandma era activity. Julie, are you good? Are you all right? Need some antihistamine?
I just have a dry spot in my throat that keeps acting up. It's like, this is going to sound weird, but it's like right under the back of my tongue. And it's just like every time I talk for too long, it's like tickle.
Right. So I just feel my cozy era, grandma era kind of crafts. I'm going to learn how to crochet by the end of 2025. I'm going to really get back into my diamond painting and finally finish this HP collection that I've had sitting on my shelf now for like a year. It's fine. And I'm going to get back into Switch games, but also like I've been coloring on my iPad, but I feel like I want to physically color, but I'm also scared because like coloring on my iPad, I can't mess it up.
Yeah.
Physically coloring sounds scary. It sounds like too much of a commitment.
Honestly, I keep trying to get into coloring, but I think I need to buy like actual children's coloring books to start like large and then work my way into like adult coloring, because I'm like, some of those are so complicated.
I looked up the person that Brittany from Gigi and Bo got her coloring books from because she was doing the boutique items. I know she's kind of getting away from that, but I just went and researched the place where she got hers from, and that place has a bunch of other coloring books, and they're big enough. They remind me of children's coloring books. Like, they're not like, I don't know. I feel like with adult coloring books, it's always like mandalas and stuff. And I'm like, I don't want to color this.
No.
I don't want to sit here and spend 6 hours coloring a pattern. Like, what are you doing? But I'm going to talk to Four Paws Brie, because I know she's gotten into coloring, and find out where she got her coloring books from. Because she has some that are just like pictures. And that's what I want. I want like this. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is on my iPad.
Yeah, like not anything too complicated.
But I just want something I can like color in, but I don't want to like. Yeah.
Mindy finished their 3 short stories. You're welcome. Thanks for hanging out. 52% into the fall risk. Cute and fun banter. We love that. Aoife, go to sleep. No, I love that you're still here. Even though
she loves to be awake.
Yeah.
We love Aoife. We do tell her to go to sleep just because.
We do.
We care about her.
Right.
Well-being.
I want her to go to sleep so that she sleeps, but I also want her to be here because I love it when she's here. I made it to 60%. 104. You're making progress, Glenda. You started at the very beginning. She is right here.
She is. Well, I didn't want to like let the cat out of the bag, Margaret. I didn't know if we were sharing, but I mean, it's fine. Everybody, it's fine.
Yeah. I also need to read Bane and Blood. That's the book that I bought the special edition of because I'm convinced I'm gonna like it.
Yeah.
No, I
bought two technical like special editions of Air. I bought the Barnes and Noble version by who's that, Sabaa Tahir, and then the Walmart version because it was pink. And let me just tell you, I've not read a single Sabaa Tahir book. I didn't even know that you're supposed to read what is it, Ember in the Ashes?
Ember in the Ashes.
The Air or whatever. So I just have the Air sitting. I put it on my 25 and 2025, and then I watched Raven-Haired Reader, and she was like, "You should really read Ember in the Ashes first." And I was like, "Oh,
yeah, I think it's like a direct sequel." Which I didn't know that either. I just watched Margaret's like vlog or one of her videos where she talked about it, and she was like, "This is a direct sequel," and I was like, "Oh, well."
I mean, that's fine. I guess I'll read Ember in the Ashes first. Basically what I did was I just switched it out because it still worked, I think, for the prompt for 25 and 2025. So I was like, it's fine. I'll just read Ember in the Ashes first. But I can't commit to a whole another series. So I don't even know if I'll get to Air this year, but
yeah,
it's fine.
Yay, laundry! I don't know either.
Have
fun.
It's fine. We'll get it done and we won't, I guess.
Yeah. You can always finish it after if it doesn't happen. Yeah. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. Yeah, Margaret does love a challenge. I think we all do. I believe some would think I have too many. I am technically a library all on my own. Ask how many of the 10 gigs of book I own. I read. I know, but it's just how it is. Yeah, thanks for hanging out, everybody. Bookcases.
I really do want the Billy bookcases. I really do. But here's what scares me about them. First of all, they're IKEA, okay? And me and IKEA furniture do not always get along when I have to put it together. I'm just saying. But also, I need to
I'm sorry, I'm laughing at Vanessa.
I need to measure the room that I'm going to be putting these bookcases in before I commit to Billy bookcases, because I'm scared that they're going to be too big.
Mm-hmm.
But I do really like them. I think that, like, aesthetically they're really nice.
Mm-hmm. I read 2 chapters of a Christian nonfiction. Very nice. I believe you. I just don't trust Joe Hill. So
listen, none of us trust Joe Hill. It's fine.
And I'm just a scaredy cat. So yeah, thanks for hanging out. We'll see you at some point, I'm sure. Yeah.
Exactly. Here's the thing. Also, I found this new game. It's called like Fey World or something. And this is the first cozy game I've seen where you create your character and then it asks you for your pronouns.
Oh.
Like it has Fey Farm.
Fey Farm?
I was playing the demo. It's FAE and then Farm. I was playing the demo because I mean, if a game has a demo, I'm going to try that before I pay, $30. And I was like, oh yeah, okay, like let's see, like whatever. And I set up my little character because you get to play the first 5 days, like the first 5 actual days for the demo. And I was like setting it all up and making my little Fae character and everything. And then at the end, it asks you for your pronouns and it has they, them, he, him, and she, her. And I was like, okay. So now I'm just going to buy it. Also, there's a game called Neva.
Oh, yeah.
On the Switch. I didn't know nothing about this game other than it's about a chick named Neva who has like a wolf companion. And I was like, I'm buying this just for the name.
You're obligated.
I have to.
Yeah.
My name in a game, I have to buy it.
Yeah, they're okay. I accidentally called Vanessa Melissa earlier. That's what happened, Ash. I'm sorry.
Ash is like, what is going on?
Yeah. You can learn how to crochet by the end of the month if you want. It's true. It's not complicated.
I mean, probably, but here's the thing. I think what made me mad was that I had to piece together a bunch of YouTube videos just to get the answer to how to do just how to do it, Yeah. So we're gonna do woobles. I'm gonna build some. No, I'm going to crochet some Beetlejuice characters. It's gonna be great.
Mm-hmm. It's great. It's fun. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they also start them for you, which I think is awesome. Like, there's a little piece of it that's started, and then they have tutorials specifically for whatever you bought. I feel like it's. I'm not calling myself a dummy, but I just feel like it's dummy proof,
Yeah, and it's a good way to get started. Plus then you have the instructions forever that you can keep making them if you want.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Margaret. I was thinking about just going to the dollar store and getting some just to do it. That's okay, Ash. It's like I said, we're being pretty casual tonight. We have all been reading pretty hectically for 24 hours.
Yeah, we were reading for 24 hours, y'all. It's okay. It's fine. For over 24 hours. Didn't it start at 8 o'clock yesterday morning or something?
Yeah. And we've also been doing all the hectic stuff all month, getting the prompts in the rooms and just chilling. Fun. Yeah. It's fun. You can read Air without reading Ember in the Ashes, but it will spoil the ending of the original series. Okay.
Yeah, which means I can't read Air without reading Ember in the Ashes. That's what you're telling me. You can, but it'll ruin it for you at the end. Which means I can't.
I can't do it.
Now that I've been told that I'm supposed to read Ember in the Ashes first, I have to.
Kath, that means you should also go to bed.
Sleeping is good for you.
Mhm.
I know it's overrated, but
Oh, that's really nice.
that is
Nice.
nice.
Yeah, my dad made me these shelves. That's the only reason I have the ones I have, because he can do things like that. He's very skilled. Have you guys seen those DIY libraries where they make them look built in? So no,
Yeah,
I have not.
I've seen them. They look really nice. I'm just lazy, you know.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? Like, and like I will like admit that I'm lazy because
Mhm.
I mean people have been like, oh, you should do like the ones where it's like the Billy bookshelves with the extensions and then you can put the ladder on it, and I'm like, that's a wonderful idea, and I would love to live like my Belle dream, but also I'm lazy, so
Yeah. I don't know what this means. The character is Alba. I don't know.
oh, I think in the Neva game.
Oh,
Well,
okay.
that's fine. The character can be something else, but the game is named Neva, so like I have to buy it.
Gotcha. That's ugh. I'm sorry, Vanessa. That stinks. Yeah, I knew Margaret would supply it. I was gonna say there's a channel that Margaret recommends, and I couldn't remember the name, but I knew she would tell us. Yeah. I have coloring Bibles that are really cute, but some of those pages have so many tiny sections. Yeah, exactly. Like some of them are very small. Yep, it is Sunday. Yep. All right, that's the end of the comments, everybody. So we're gonna sign off and say goodnight. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Thanks to Neva and Rainy for hanging out with me.
Anytime.
And then I'm gonna go make dinner. I hope you all have a good rest of your day, evening, whatever's up. And we'll see you all sometime in the future, because I'm sure we'll be doing more sprints before the end of the month. Okay, I gotta hit the right button and not leave the studio. That would be bad. All right. Bye, everybody.